Hello. Hello, hello. Oh, wow. Wait, y'all are already here? Hi, hi, hi. You need to get your headset. Am I too loud? As the title says, Foss, my beloved. This was originally supposed to be an art study, but here we are. Damn. I already ate half of the package of toffee. It's okay. I'll put the rest away. My first meal was some meatballs and a pack of instant noodles. So technically, though not nutritious, I have enough calories left, I think. Yeah. Before the terrors. Yeah, I haven't gotten past anything. Had 2 cups of water. It's stuck. Basically, 1 cup of water is like, one of these cups is like 400 milliliters or something. So yeah, had 2 of them. 300, 400. Right, so let's see. I did the base. I did the base and then I added some shading already. I was a little overzealous, what you call it. Basically, I do the shape of the shadows. I think I might want to fix that a little bit. Let's take that. And we can edit the shape of the shadow so it looks decent. Before we actually go into rendering. The drawing looks good so far. Thank you. And then, you know, I brighten it a bit up. I brighten it up a little bit. I think Declavus or something. What was their name? I think they do it the other way around. They kind of just like do the shading and then they darken the contrast around the edges where they need to. What have a video saved somewhere? Yeah, Declavus. I don't know if you know them. I think you should know them. They did a lot of fanart. Right, so they do the shapes. And then, you know, a little bit of the background so you know what kind of setting it is and stuff to see what fits the best, right? Since this is just a simple study, we'll just go with some like really bright lighting. Oh, hi, how are you, Milk? I'm okay. Oh, well, am I okay? Probably not. I'm down to like $100 this month. I still need to pay some bills. Right, so they do the basic shading, right? All in one layer. Oh, this is too fast. I can't even click that fast. You see this? And then, you know, they do the little bit like ambient lighting on top. This is where it happens. Do you see this? Like you can do it with I think an overlay. You should be able to do it, or like a glow. You know, this is kind of like, how do I say it? Do you know when you're like in the shadow, but it's what's the setting? So basically, for example, you're inside of a cathedral and there's light, like really hot sunlight coming in from a window and it bounces off of the tiles and it hits you like that. Or it's basically bounce light, but it's very ambient. Like on a very hot summer's day, it hits the floor and then there's a little bit of a gradient from the bottom. It's kind of like that part. Okay, that's what they do over here. And then they do soften things a little bit here. You know, they color in the lighting parts as well. And you know, do the fading thing that it does. I think I swear there was like a okay, so this happens over here. Do you see around like around her knee? There wasn't as much contrast before, but they added that around here, so this like line gets a little bit more pronounced. Right, so they kind of did it the other way around. Well, or maybe they added it on top. Yeah, for now I just did this, and I only did it in one color. I think they do it in multiple colors, which is why it's a little bit more vibrant. I only did it in white to lighten it up a little bit, but I should probably, for example, take maybe a little bit of a pinkish color or something like that, you know, when I lighten it up. Just depending on, you know, maybe skin color, maybe like the surrounding environment, all that stuff. Just wait, hold on to me. Yeah. And so I think I just want it to be a little bit more yellowy, if anything. I don't want it to be too pink. Just because I do shade the lighting pink. Right, so have this, lighten up the face a little bit. I could probably do less with this part, you know, like I could soften it a little bit now that I've added color to the face. Uma Musume milk stream when? I don't know if I want to play Uma Musume. I don't even have enough space on my phone for that. It's not. I did add some extra glow, but this will have to do with more. This will have to do more with the way jewels work. So ignore that for a little bit. It's ambient. I just wanted to color the lighting a little bit more pinkish, so there's a bit of color contrast. You know, the colored line that I usually do. And this is where it starts. Like, this is where it starts going into the shading. Into the shading of an actual jewel. Right, so I should probably look at phosphorus. Phosphorus. Wait, what? She's not even a gem, is she? No, phospholite, sorry. Light? Phosphophyllite. It's just phos. This is what it looks like. Okay. Okay, good. Open image in you. The fuck did you just call them? Phosphorus. Yeah, I forgot it's phosphofolite or something. Damn. Phosphofolite. Phosphorus. That's so interesting. I really like the color though. I love the color. Just say phos, it's okay. I think I'm gonna base it off of this. So you can see how it's slightly translucent. You can see some of the like darker colors from behind. And then depending on where the light direction is. Just gonna copy this. Copy this. And technically, there is a section over here where you can add reference images and navigate it and stuff. I usually just do it like this. I just open a new canvas and I just have it on a different thingy. The annoying thing about this thing specifically, is that obviously every time you just like interact with it, it's gonna change your layer, so you need to go back to this first, right? Or like you need to click back on this, and if you have a brush or something, you know, you could be misclicking or something like that, and then suddenly you have like a brush stroke somewhere. But if you want to have it in here as like a reference thingy, you will have to save the image and then open it. Give me a second. Where is it? Where is it? I think it's subview. Can I enter it here? I don't think so. Yeah, you have to open something. So I could open, let's say, could open this, for example, right? And then, you know, now I have the sub view, or I could put it here. Now I have a reference view, and I can just like go through, and then also like color pick from here without it like changing whatever I'm interacting with, which is convenient. It doesn't work quite as well as like a navigator or something. It's good for like color palettes, I think, or just like having a reference pick. I guess you could also do it like this. But yeah, again, the annoying part is that you actually have to save it. If I... Yeah, I can open it on a canvas, but I can't add anything to it, which is annoying. Yeah. So that's why I don't really use it. I only want like a temporary. I want a temporary subview or something, which I don't have. So let's see. Hey, oopsie. Man, it kind of depends on the angle. So light's coming from that direction, you know what? Let's take this and just like flip it. On it's a little bit of a more bluish teal to it. Question is, where do I want it? It's kind of like on the planes that are facing this way. And technically, since the background is white, I would have to, you know, have more light shine through. But okay, you know what? Question. Should I maybe go for a darker background? It's a bit random, but it kind of looks like her hair is see-through. What do you mean? Like her original art is see-through, or the way I drew it? Because she's supposed to be slightly see-through, I think. Let me open it for you. So if it looks see-through, that's what it's supposed to be. Boss. Like I don't think they expressed the see-throughness of her hair too well. But yeah, gems are generally not opaque, if that makes sense. Usually, okay? Like the gem as we imagine them, usually the crystalline ones, those are usually slightly see-through. I don't know if you can see, like if you can see it over here. This is not, like you can, do you see this part? This is basically the stone behind it. And this stone is only like, The stone is only phospholite, like that teal color, because of the way the light scatters throughout the stone. So basically, if this was a sphere, okay, if I were to draw phospholite as a, I like the way the way her hair connects, kind of forms a circle, which looks like a skull. What? You see a baldness? Don't worry. Her, them, man, I never know. In the manga, I think, and I think in the anime as well, I think they say kare, which is male technically, but it could be a case of just like grammatically male, if that makes sense. Like how in German, a lot of words are male, like doctors is male as a word. Doesn't mean all doctors are male. And you can make a female version, but the default is kind of the male version, you know? That's why, like, in Germany, whenever there's a job application, it's always like doctor, and then they add IN, like this, doctor or doctorin, something like that. Because doctor's the male version, and then IN is the, and then adding the IN at the end is the female version. So they do both. Yeah, so basically, if I draw a circle, it would be see-through. And let's see. Let's just do this. Man, I wanna go back. Whenever I hear Animal Crossing music, it just like takes me back to school days. At the end of the night, you would just like play Animal Crossing. You had nothing to worry about except for going to school tomorrow, right? Once you finished all of your homework, etc., you could just like chill and do whatever you want. You can't do that when you're adult life. Now, every time you chill, you still have to think about like, well, I still have just stuff to do. I remember a satire comic where there was a guy standing at the podium going, "Sehr geehrte Damen und Herrinnen, Herrinnen." That's so funny. School, like university? No, just school. I played Animal Crossing when I was like in 3rd grade. What the fuck? What? You think I started playing Animal Crossing in college? I think I had Wild World as well. Like, kids nowadays don't even know Animal Crossing Wild World. Okay, so basically, let me do this. Basically, you can only really see... There's multiple layers to this, okay? So, let's see. You have a little bit of just like scattering inside, like this. And remember, you can... There's also like multiple planes as well. So it's kind of like see-through like this, depending on how it's cut, right? So if the background is dark... Oh, oops. That's not dark enough. It'll look like this. Right? Obviously, the color's a little too greenish. Do you see this? So it's kind of... It's more like that. And then you can have extra layers on top, you know, just because there's more structure in it. A little bit more color variation. And then you have that slightly brighter color. Like imagine now there's light hitting it. Light hitting the ball. And somewhere around here. And since light still scatters, it would still fade a little bit. So it's kind of like that. But it's not opaque, it's not that bright, so you would lower it a little bit so you can see the behind. You know, because this is still a glass sphere. Obviously you can make some parts of it more opaque. You know, that's why gems are so much more interesting when they're cut. Simply because you have different like surface types. There's a little bit of, I don't know what that is. Is that a little bit of gradient? I guess it has a little bit of like bounce light or something. From the bottom side. It's a little bit more of a gradient, but... Right, and obviously there's like the inside of the ball that would be air bubbles and stuff, just like card. Which is why there's like, you know, those little bubbles and little sparkles, you know? But first, there could be, you know, reflection that you would have, you know, on this side. Could be like something like a window or something that you can see in the back. Huh? Hello? You know, like the surface of a table, or you know, a silhouette of a person who's taking the picture. Could be a potted plant or something. You can all kind of see that in the reflection. Looks like the ender pearl. I don't even, what does that look like? Right? And then I think you can probably, I wonder if you can add a rim light. The question, actually I don't know where I would add a rim light. This almost feels like a secondary light source. And we haven't even added actual like specular highlights, you know? So I think this is something that I would do. We have they look like green eyes. You're kind of right. Kind of right about that. Okay, fine. Fine. Fine, I guess it's an ender pearl. Maybe like this. We can zoom in. Do you see this? These are like glass bubbles and it's like curvature inside. So it's like, it will reflect light. But there's also like extra stuff in there. Because of like extra curvature, etc. And like the way the light scatters. It's not just like white dots. But it's like... Give me a second. So you would take this and then you could, you know, some motion blur to it. Maybe make it a bit more opaque. You know, like those light sparkles. Kind of like that. You know, there's like different surfaces inside as well, so it kind of like refractures and stuff, but not refractures, but like it bounces and then also lands on the inside faces of this. So yeah, honestly, I'm not too sure. It would probably look like this, but then, you know, the light kind of hits it. I think it would probably be more clear if I made it like a flat surface. Took this and then I just cut the ball. If you just cut the ball like that, you could pretty much just take some of that color and then you can just... It's a little easier to portray, I think, with some like straight surfaces. Which is why I think I might struggle when it comes to actually drawing foss. And then also take this and then... The question is, am I going to do the back side with this thing? Or is it going to be the front side? We actually don't know. Right? Because I actually don't want to do the front side. Like, I don't want this to look like it's the front. It's supposed to be the back. It's similar to drawing glass, I think. And then obviously later you can, you know, take one of these. Depending on, you know, if there's a little dent, you would probably do a dip and then you could just take the top color. That's how you do cracks and stuff as well. Whatever light direction, like, let me just, you know, put a crack in. You take the darker color. And why? It needs to be a bit darker. Does that make sense? It's not too difficult, but yeah. I don't know if I can draw fosses. Yeah, like that and stuff. So we'll have to see. So I think I'm just gonna play around a little bit. This is the light area. Let's see. The question is, bounce light? Do we have bounce light? Do we? I guess I'll go with a darker background just so you can see it a little bit better. But I do like the lighter background as well. You know, hold on, let me look at this. Second. Shima Machita or something? Oopsie, don't. She had a cover of which I really like the art for it. This one. It was ID Smile. I kind of want to go for that vibe, actually. Hello? Oh shit, no, don't. Will you load? Oh, they do it really well. Like that iridescent gem light feeling. Why don't they have the illustration somewhere? There we go. It's not really loading, so I'll just look at this. I like how this is like really pastel and then it gets really saturated in the shadow areas. But just enough so it feels nice. Let me get another toffee for you. Make 2 versions? Oh, I guess I could do that, yeah. The shade is probably going to stay the same, it's just... I could make some more double-sided photo cards. Something annoying that I've realized after moving to the UK is that I get a lot of ads now. Yeah, my YouTube was struggling. It does that sometimes. I don't know why it does it though. No, I'm gonna sneeze. Four times. So nein, danke. Und Dankeschön. Bless you 4 times. Thank you. Thank you. We are at... What day are we at? Thank you. What's the current day number? 213. We are behind by 30 sneezes. Either I gotta stream more, or I gotta sneeze more. Well, I mean, I do sneeze more than once every day. I think over the course of a year, I sneeze at least 1,000 times. So, sniff some pepper really quick. Okay, so, let's see. This would be a little bit of a rim line. The thing is, they did add a Fresnel effect, I think, on the shader for Hoseki no Kuni. Yeah, the shader is actually a little bit more complex than I initially expected. I don't know what they all put in there. How much of it is a shader? I never really started watching Hoseki no Kuni simply because I hated the... I actually don't like the shader they used for the hair. It's like... It didn't feel crystalline enough. No, actually it might not be too bad. Maybe I'm just dumb. Maybe I just had it worse in my mind than it actually was. I think I was expecting it to look a little bit more like that, like crystalline. This looks almost like this feels a little bit more like Splatoon. That's what I was noticing when I was drawing this. I was like, oh, this feels a little bit more Splatoon-y than I would like. And because everything's so clean and rounded. There's no texture to it. When the text, it's all like so clean and sleek. But if you look at gemstones, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, we do refine them to be perfect surfaces, but I feel like it would have been nice to have a little bit of texture. Even if it's like a brush texture. I think I would have preferred that. Okay, the question is, do I take some of the darker colors? I mean, do I put them like in here? Because technically now that I have a darker background, it kind of seem like that. Like you would see some of whatever this thing is behind her ears. Maybe they would actually emphasize this part as well. I actually don't know. It looks a little messy, and I feel like it's probably because there isn't really a lot going on. What else do I study? I can't just go around and just add a Fresnel everywhere. It doesn't seem right. I haven't even added speculars. I think this is probably the area where there would be specular highlights, you know, like reflective highlights. And this part, let's see. That's the light part. And then let's take the shape of the hair, everything around it. Oh, should be here. There we go. Okay. Ooh, wait, what was that? I like that. Yeah, I like that. The question is, what is it supposed to be? Is it simply going to be some sort of gradient? Or, you know what, as a gradient, just as color variation, that's good enough. And then just use a wide, nice big sweeping stroke. Shape it with a big brush so it actually feels nice. And then we can, you know, shape the individual parts from there. Do I want this with a slightly more cyan color though? Like this? I think I do kind of want to blend it out into a white. Like that. And then shape this part at least. I do like the colors. I think I'm gonna end up liking this a lot. And I think I'm just gonna do the more occluding shadows and a little bit of form shadow. And just the ones that communicate the roundness of the surface a little bit. It's pretty much replacing the line art. This is what the line art's supposed to do. She knows what was I thinking when I did this? Was it supposed to be something like this? With a shadow? We will never know. I think what I'll do, give her head a little bit more roundness. Probably also do something like this where you kind of cut in. Cut it a little bit like that, you know. I do want to retain the value structure though, with the light and shadow. So I'm making this a little bit lighter. I think maybe multiplying it. The question is, do I want to multiply it? I think I want to keep it this light. And then, you know, for these parts, we can make the lines darker again. Just for the... I just want to keep it light for the face. So that later when I go in and I shade it, you know, it can still feel nice and light. And let's see. Oopsie. Still haven't changed the color, the shape of the shading on her face because I don't think it's too flattering right now. I think it's very flattering the way it's shading her face. We'll see. Do something like this. Wee. The question is, do I add a little bit of depth over here? The only artist I've seen so far that actually thinks about how to render Foss's hair. Usually we just do random shit. I mean, there should be a little bit of logic behind it. It's just because that like most people or like artists, it looks arbitrary at first, but it is very calculated because it's a shader. Like they are 3D artists, so someone had to program this, right? And it takes like surroundings into account. Obviously, there could be a map to keep it consistent and stuff, but I can go big and I can like copy this and explain to you. I could probably open a shader, like Unity shader, and then like do it so I can kind of like show you. But yeah, wait, I might rejoin from the PC. Okay, didn't even see your comment. Oh, I see. Hello, hello. You see this? This, for example, these room lights, they're Fresnel. Basically, the steeper the angle, the viewing angle is, the wider it gets. Which is why if you have, if that's like the sea, right? If you're at the beach and you have the sun over here, if you look at it from the top, it'll have the color of the water. But if you lay down, you know, close to the ground, you'll see how it like slowly turns white. I don't have Genshin right now. I would show you that. They do it pretty well in Genshin at least, right? These, I think these are almost like maps though. Like these are probably like cube maps, reflection maps to simulate these types of things. But you know, there's the curvature of the 3D mesh and stuff. And the PC kind of like decides how much of like how thin something gets over here, you know, like in terms of reflection, etc. And obviously you can tweak the values a little bit. Same goes with like any like reflection points. And not reflection points, but yeah, I can't really explain it, funnily enough. Don't let me be a teacher for these types of things. Like the technicalities, I cannot explain them to you. I do understand how they work, but I cannot explain it. This could almost be painted in, or it could also again be another map that kind of changes, but yeah, I don't see it moving right now, so there's logic behind it. So there are some elements that I'll just take and I'll be like, okay, let's add that since they also have that. And so the angle gets really steep around the corners. I can, you know what, I could show you that with Earth as an example. Right, so I would add a little bit of that thing here. It's not necessarily, it is kind of like a rim light, I suppose. At the same time, it also doesn't feel like it is one. Right. So these parts, and a rim light. I would like to shape this a little bit more nicely though. It's like that thingy that kind of makes it feel 3D. But then if I do this, you know, this is not the same. This is a reflection. Oh, sneeze. I feel like sneezing. should go here. And then this specular highlight. No, not specular. It's kind of like reflection. I have an A7 tab now. A what? Did you just call me? Like, this is like men talk. Like, this is just like cars. I don't know why men keep naming cars and fighter jets like just a random array of numbers and letters. A Samsung Tab A7. Okay. What am I going to do with that information? It's great. Congratulations. Did you buy it yourself? Did your mom buy it for you? Are you gonna draw more now? Like, what do you want to do with it? I'd rather have a fighter jet be named Günther or something like that. It's easier to remember. This fighter jet looks like a Günther. Let's name it that. Alright, and something like an F20 MH67 fighter jet or something like that. I don't even know what that means. Could have been a racial slur and I wouldn't have known. The government basically gave us one, but it's not under their control. Huh? Orbit, huh? I need sugar for this. I can't handle this. I guess it's more like a school issued laptop or something, and there's like children's protection thingies on there where you cannot go onto certain web pages or something like that. You know, like a child. In Germany it's called Kindersicherung. Don't do dark mode, it will debug it, stuff. Sag das auch gleich, ey. Well, it is supposed to be a learning device, so it kind of makes sense that the school that issues you the device doesn't let you go onto YouTube. I'm probably gonna change it nowadays, but I don't know. I think the whole thing should probably just be like this. And if I really wanted to do something, I'll just have to do it like really thinly right here. this as well. Like I would have to blend it out a little bit more nicely. Blend it down? That's the question. Maybe closer to this. Like this. There is a little bit of blue I want. I would probably, let's see, where would I add it? Now it's mine. Party time. I put in a little stylus on my 3DS so I can try out Taiko 2 with the touchscreen. Wait, there's still games for the 3DS? I thought the shop closed or something. Alright, the thing is, this thing should be throwing a shadow, so it's kind of like this, if anything. Would be a shadow over here. Question is, how deep do I want the shadow to be? I guess you can do this. I didn't play too much City Folk, actually. I wonder if that's a little too dark. Like this part. Yeah, I feel like it might destroy the rhythm a little bit. Let's do it like this. Yeah, this part is also kind of dark. And then there's a little bit of, you know, bounce side, basically. So it feels a bit more crystalline. I'm just winging it right now. There's no lot of rhyme or reason around this. And then over here, I'll just deepen some of these spots. Either more contrast, you know. I do want it to feel more, weirdly enough. Oh, just delete something. Like, this could be the slightly random part about it. You know. Oh, okay, hold on. I asked Nintendo nicely and they lent me Taiko no Tatsujin. It only released in Japan, but they were kind enough to put it on my European system for real, for real. Really? So I will eat your heart. Mr. Nintendo wore an eye patch during that transaction for no specific reason or whatever. What? I don't plan on getting a Switch too, but I really hope it has a booming modding scene. Are they not? I think they're nipping it in the bud, no? Like, aren't there issues where people try to play their old games or something and they just like completely got locked out of their Switches and like, and stuff? It was like, for some, like, it was ridiculous reasons too. I don't know. Like, they didn't put a, I don't know, certified Nintendo SD in or something like that. I don't think the Switch 2 is getting modded stuff since they are at risk of getting yeah, exactly that. What are your favorite gems, by the way? Ooh, interesting. Honestly, Phosphofolite is a really pretty one. I really love these type of teal colors. I think Ren didn't Ren go for Tanzanite or something? Tanzanite. It's more blue than purple, I suppose. It's actually a little more purplish blue. Malachite is amazing. I'm a pretty basic bitch. Yeah, see, I think this one's a little too opaque for me. I'm not the type. I don't like the stones or the gems that kind of look like those oil paints, if that makes sense. I think there was also Tiger Eye and stuff, and I wasn't a fan of that. Right? Tiger Eye stone. These? I'm like, nah. They made it look really nice over here in these shots, but IRL they kind of look boring. Because the ones that are so opaque, they look, obviously they look like stone. It's fun and stuff, but I like the refraction that happens within a stone. Yeah, it makes me upset because those people paid a shit ton of money for the system and they aren't able to do what they want with the thing they bought. Exactly. It's like, it is so stupid. I hate the system. I hate this notion that you're buying a console. You're not buying the console itself. You're buying the right to play with the console, and they're kind of like, they're like lending it to you basically, right? Similar, like they're basically doing the same fucking thing that internet providers do, right? Like the router is not technically yours. You're just like lending it. But for the Wi-Fi at least, right? The Wi-Fi, you might change it later, and once you don't use their Wi-Fi anymore, you can just get rid of the router, because the router is useless without a provider to give you a Wi-Fi, right? But the console should be able to, like, you should be able to play offline without having the need to be provided games or service in the same sense. And I kind of hate that though. I love Nintendo games, but I hate that business model that they're like trying to push for. Alexandrite is a very interesting stone. But I'm not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of it for the same reason I didn't like one specific aspect in Hades art. Because Alexandrite kind of looks like... give me a second. Alexandrite looks like you just took an airbrush and an overlay layer, right? And then you just like added some purple to it over here, and then, you know, put some pink over here, like that. I actually hate that. I actually don't like this effect. It looks like a cheap filter was put on top. I don't know if you know that, but like some people do that in the art. I'm like, no, please don't. Please be a little bit more controlled though. I had some people just, you know, like... Oh, I was following an artist and they made it... They did use the technique, but they were pretty good at it. So it didn't feel as bad. But some people make use of that technique and it just doesn't feel nice. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. We can take this. You know, like this, where they just add it and it just slowly blends into it, and it's just... I don't know. I don't like that effect. Like, in a certain degree, in a certain sense, yeah. Like, I do have a bit of a gradient, but it's two colors. I don't know. Hold on. Let's figure out this part at least. And then... Oh shit. To fade out a little bit. I think I'll connect it with that part up there. We are also a chronic CSP glow blend mode overuser. No, I wasn't. I had that phase in like 2013 or something like that. There's two of the glow at the end. I use that shit like beginner artists with Photoshop. Overuse the burn tool. I don't... That's like what... Okay, hold on. I'll show you the blend modes that I actually use. Okay, so blend modes that I use. Multiply. Okay, multiply is obvious. Obvious as to why you would use it, okay? It's simple. Okay, so I use multiply. Makes a lot of sense. Especially, you know what, for stuff like gems and etc., it kind of makes sense to use multiply. It actually helps give that like crystalline feeling, right? Like this could be emerald, and then you just layer it on top. Yeah. So very quick and easy. Just what it's very versatile. Okay, it's multiply. You do have additive, but I never actually use it that much. Right? It's good for lights. I think since I like a slightly more matte looking thing, I think add is usually a little too intense, but this is the simplest form, right? Multiply and add. It's generally just adding numbers to this. And then you have add glow. I do use add glow for the subsurface scattering part sometimes, just adding a little bit of bloom as like final touches, like this, you know? There you can see. But it kind of depends. If it's across an edge like this, I'll use the add glow. But if I want, you know, a little bit of glow over here, like that, that's like, if I actually want to brighten something, I'll use add. Because add glow I think is exponential, I'm not sure. But rather than add, you know how this add doesn't feel that good? I actually use screen instead, because I think what screen does is it lightens the color beneath up to the color of what you're adding. And so if I'm adding something like this, it won't go. You know, you see how the brighter colors still stay bright, but all of the other colors are slowly, you know, getting to the same brightness. Like this. It's a little different. I actually would have to look into the math that goes into the screen. But if you want to add something like a glow over here, you know, I think screen is usually quite useful for that. Add doesn't do it as well. You know. Oh, it does. Never mind. I'm stupid. Screen and add are almost the same, honestly. It's just that add doesn't really have a limit, I think. I don't know. So yeah, screen, add, glow, similar. So I just use whatever I feel like gives the best result. I do use lighten and darken a lot. Right? Because I don't want to go darker than this, but I want to tint. I might want to tint the brighter parts. Because sometimes I just use white to block out something, right? Where I'm like, okay, let's add a little bit of white, and then I'm like, okay, let me darken this a little bit without going beneath the color. So I usually just add a slight tint, right? And it just colors in the white parts for me. That's why I use the darken and the lighten form. Same goes for lighten, right? If I see something like a spot, I'm like, ooh, I want this to be slightly brighter, but I don't want it to be brighter than this. I'll just do a little bit of that, and it just like brightens up to my color. So anything that is brighter stays lighter, and anything that's darker gets lightened, right? So like this. Simplifies things a little bit. Overlay! I rarely use overlay actually, because it just messes with the contrasts too much. I don't really like it. It's only really good if you want to add a little bit of glow. Like around the face, for example. But it's a little weird, honestly. It just messes with the contrast in a way that I don't really enjoy. Right? But it is good if you want to add a light wash. While also softening the contrast a little bit, occasionally. Well, for that type of stuff, I think that's good. Other than that, I don't like the way it behaves too much, so I don't really use that. Soft light is similar to that. Hard light. I do use the color. Do I use it? I do use it sometimes. I do use the color part sometimes. If I'm like, ooh, I actually want this whole section to be a little less saturated. And if I take this, you know, I use that as a desaturation tool, usually. If I use it at all. Wait a second. Like, if I looked at the hair, I was like, oh, actually, I want it to be a little. I want it to be a little less saturated in some spots. You know, I would just take it with a white, and then I'll just like desaturate it in some parts. You know. But yeah, I don't use it that much. So yeah, I don't use blending modes a lot. I use overlay in my paper texture setup. Yeah, it's good for that type of stuff. Oh, actually, you know what wait, hold on. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I do use overlay. Wait, hold on. I do use overlay for noise. So I don't know if you can see this. You know, when I add a noise texture, this is what it normally looks. This is what it usually looks like, and I put that on overlay. That's what it's good for, I think. Like color variation in that type of way, and then you know you just turn it down, and it's fine. So yeah, I use it like that. So it's probably good for textures and stuff. I have 2 layers of the same texture duplicated, one soft layer at the bottom on the canvas and one at the top at 50% on overlay. I forgot what overlay does exactly. It was like making the darker and the lighter color brighter. So anything above, I think 50% or something. I think Clip Studio's, no, not Clip Studio. Paint Tool side had a similar thing. I think it was called Light and Dark or something. Yeah. Okay. A little bit of that, and then, you know, in the back we can have a little bit of like a spotlight or something like that. See what I mean though with how it feels like a tentacle? I don't know how to feel about that. That should be a reflection. And then let's see. That you can see a little bit of a face here. The question is, how do I paint that? Musica. My music. It stopped.
Never brush your teeth or use mouthwash if you can taste your decaying teeth.
What? Never brush your teeth or use mouthwash if you can taste your decaying teeth. Can you taste your decaying teeth? Stronger take. Is this also an AI over like dubbing? I don't know. Okay. I think this should do it. Doesn't overlay mess with saturation too? Yeah, it does, it does. I never really learned what layer modes do. To be honest, I need to get into that. There's probably a cheat sheet somewhere out there. Someone has explained it. But yeah, add is very simple. It just adds values. So you know how an RGB slider works? Oh yeah, weren't you the one? No, I don't think you were the one. You know how each color has an RGB value, right? It's like 100% red, 100%, well, like 250. And it generally just adds the values. So if you have black, everything's 0, so it won't add anything. If it, you know, adds 10, etc. You see the values over here. This will add 0, so nothing will happen. This will add 200, so everything will be white. So it just works like that. It's very simple, actually. Okay, I'm gonna leave now. Bye bye. Bye bye, Millie. Sit tight. I think I'll do it like that. You know what? Yeah. Let's do it this way. I think I'll give it a lighter color though. What I don't like right now is that it's very textured. It's a little too textured almost. Don't forget to like and subscribe, chat. Like and subscribe to Millie plugging herself. I see. I see what is going on. Never give me sweets. This is why I never buy sweets. I'm on my last 3 toffee fare. I meant you? I know, I'm kidding. I was joking. No, I think that's enough for her hair for now. I can do the detailing later. I do have a time lapse recorded. You can look at it for a bit. In 15 seconds, this is what happened. In 30 seconds. That's a little more slow. Yeah, the shapes need to be solid. The thing though, I guess the hair, I can't really separate the hair into the light and dark parts, but I can do so for the rest of it. So maybe it'll keep its continuity. Okay, hold on. Now let's just... take this. Guess we don't really need this. Wait, why does it look like that? Ah! Yeah, okay. Okay, I got it. Let's make it a mask and then just fill in the color instead. So we can just like tweak the mask rather than the actual surface of the color. Hey. Let's see. Do I want that to be a little bit more light? It's kind of like this, you know? I feel like that's a little scary. Or do we want to shut it down? I feel like this is probably where you would maybe... Maybe this is where you would add a little bit of a blur, a gradient. The thing is, the light's coming from this direction, so I can't do this, you know? Add a shadow over here. I also don't want to do this, you know? But you only see like a triangle. I don't want to do that, actually. You know, like this. I feel like that's a little too little light. Not to mention, I also need to color on the inside of the mouth. Not a lot of direct light, but we'll add bounce light and stuff later. This can just pretend that it's part of this thingy. And then let's see. Do. I really don't know how I want to shade this. Wow, give me a second. Lighting on a face, maybe? Wait, give me a second. I was looking for this fan art. I forgot if I posted it in the Discord. Toto Tumpy. I didn't mention this artwork before, I think. When we were watching Ayakashi. Not Ayakashi, Mononoke. Where's that fan art? Is it from a while back? Where is it? Oh, give me a second. I'll put it in the fxtwitter.com. Like I don't enjoy not Ayakashi, Mononoke. Mononoke. I don't enjoy the show itself too much. But the art that comes out of Mononoke is always really beautiful. Let's see. No. This artist is like 16 or 17. A little crazy. Why are they so good? Kim Dong-cha! Our wife! Close, I guess. It does have like the whole... Maybe lighting like this? It follows the whole like shape of the face, maybe? I feel like it's too angled to actually do it. I don't want to do something like this, you know? Like, if I did... I have to put some proper shape over here. This is kind of stupid, no? If it's shaped like this. It kind of looks stupid. Which is why I kind of narrowed it down to like this plane. But I don't know what to do with the rest of it. The shape's just so weird, so awkward. Like, does it not look dumb? Oh. I wonder if it would help just having multiple of these. No. That looks even worse. No. Okay, we'll continue looking. Obviously, I could also do the thing where... Nah, she doesn't really have... Maybe something like this? Ooh, let's see. Let's delete this. And then... do like... This side should be okay, and then... That's the front of her face. But then, like, most of her face will be covered up again. And, like, you're doing this. And then it's either lighting from the top or lighting from the side, like this. I feel like there needs to be a more interesting shape when it comes to the lighting on the face. You know? Like, obviously I could do the thing where it's like, oh, where this part is lit and then you have the lashes and stuff. But usually you do that when someone has bangs, you know? So it doesn't work quite as well. And it just looks a little awkward. And ominous as well. Maybe we just need a little bit of that. And this one doesn't need to be that extreme. I will add a little bit of I some bounce light on the inside like this. I don't know if we need it. Do I do this? Really? Really what? Like I wanted to add bounce light? Was this bad? Is like it might look a little scary right now, but I was planning on softening it up a little bit. Let's see. There are also I do like this fan art. I'm not even a fan of Sonic or stuff, but I just really like the elements, like the carousel ride is white, and then you know it frames everything really nicely. I like the little stickers, star-shaped stickers, and the confetti, and then you know even these elements, the facial recognition thingy, very cute. You know, I kind of want complex lighting on the face like this. It does come from the other direction though, so I don't know. In the nose, a bit of occlusion. Most of this is in the that hurts. Okay, didn't know. Didn't need to be jump scared by Friday like that. Shapes are beautiful in this one. Oh, this is kind of close to the direction, but it is more of a spotlight on her whole face. It does come from that direction. You know what? Maybe I'll go. I think I have something saved on my Instagram. Reference. It should be one of those memes, you know? People do the thing where they practice lighting directions and stuff. I guess it would be something like that. I just fucked up with my choice. Let's take this off. Actually, I'll just make it lighter. Wow. Oh, I think my pen brush was broken. It keeps breaking, and then it gives me these weird edges. Oh. What? Oh. Okay, wait. Let me take this. We just show more of her face. I go to sleep. Goodbye. Goodbye. Oh. I'll stick to this. I guess I will. I think I'm missing a few layers. Basically, this inverted should be this. Oop. Like this. And then it should be somewhat seamless. There you go. You have these parts. So there was another part where I was like, oh, you know what? Let's take that off. Let's do this. Oh shit. And then I just fade it out. Gives it more of that glowy feeling. And just delete that part. I haven't really added anything in terms of reflection, I feel like, but maybe it's my attempt. For that at least. No specular. Maybe this. Yup. Yep. Yep, I think I like that. The hair's looking really pretty. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if that actually feels very phosphorite-y. But We'll see. Let me... So for cleanup, and I need to merge all of this. This is the shaded part. Can I put this here? Yeah, I can. What's this? Ah, the edge line, the edge thingy. It's the shading paint over part. Okay, let's see. Give me a second. This is the light part. Fill that in. And then there's the silhouette. Just off that. Shadow. And then this, and we undo everything around it, and then this is the light section, which is why we take this. Or should I take a light section? Separate these things. Take this. And just merge it. And now we have it on the light section. And we have this part on the darker section. Huh? This all looks so weird though. Okay, wait. Can I do this? No, I can't. So I have to take that, and then I can just merge it like this. Yup. And then basically, if I want to detail stuff, I can just go over things. Essentially. Let me take that. A little bit of prep work. Oh. Delete. Oh, delete mask. Merge it. Huh? No, that still doesn't look right. It's taking a while, but that's usually what goes. Shadow part. Here's the face. Oopsie. These might actually be a little... Then go to this, do that, merge it. Take this, delete that, merge it. And take that. Take this, take that, merge it. Copy paste. Do this, merge it. And these are the lines for the cravat. And I'll take this, delete the outside area, merge it down. No, wait! Oh, I'm an idiot. Oh, maybe not. I can do that. This is shadow area. Copy paste. This is the shirt. Is it late in Germany? It's almost 12 p.m. So not too late. No, my toffee, my last toffee. 3-second rule. I'm wiping it off. Fish. I'll just put this in a folder and call it prep. And then whenever I need something for a layer, I will just like get it out of there. And then I have a paint over layer for each of the sections. So everything is neatly organized. Finally. This is the shadow area. Shadow, and this is the light area. Okay. There's still a little bit of light work. Just go and do this. So outline. Line the eye a little bit. I'll take this. There's a bit of color in there. take some of that lighter color and then we use it for... See, the thing is, I don't know. I don't know if this is right. I know that's probably, it probably makes sense for this area. And I can... Could probably make it a really cool color. Slightly green. But we wouldn't know if it would also make sense over here. Or as a reflection color like this. I think Frostus's mouth was teal inside, but I'm not sure. Okay, so the sides are darker. Could be something like this. I'd rather shape it a bit more like this and then... Oh, actually... Yeah, I like that better. Doesn't even need to have the teeth. This doesn't need to be as dark. Just like slightly darker. Just enough that you can see that there's a bit of a difference. Ha 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 ha, hoo 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 hoo. I keep working on my model off. I should be working on it, but I keep putting it off. Make it glossy. Just do this. Maybe like this. It's time for me to leave. Alright, thanks for hanging out. See you around. Bye bye. Let's see. A little bit on the facial features. Let's take this color. I usually just go off of the colors that I have. Bye bye. And then I just like tweak them into the direction of the color that I actually want to have. A little too dark. It needs to be a bit more red. Maybe almost orange. There's a similar warmth to this. I think the warmth is okay. Have a fun rest of the stream. Thank you. Bye bye. Make it a little bit more red. I think it actually needs to be a bit lighter. That's all I got. Ooh. What's saving? Okay. Safety save. Have I saved? I don't think I have. Yeah, I feel like I don't really press save all that often. Mostly because it auto saves every 15 minutes or 30 minutes, I think. 30 minutes of work is not that much, actually. For me, at least. There's anything in between? In between light and shadow usually goes into the paint over folder. Usually it's a lighter, more saturated parts. I think there's a bit more pink. Like that. So like this. But I think it's be slightly lighter. Maybe a little more red. And then do you want to add a little bit of that like tear duct or whatever it's called? Question is, do I take this away? And I go in with this color? Or this kind of looks stupid. A little bit of this. Actually, maybe I just need to shape it like this. Still looks stupid. Ooh. Oi? Oi? Is it the Australian oi or is it the Asian oi? If it's Asian, a little rude. If it's Australian, I guess it's a greeting. Which one are you? Aussie, yo yo yo. I wanna like this. It's too much. It's too much. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I don't think you speak English. What? What do you mean you don't think I speak English? Then what language am I talking right now? You know what? Maybe I don't speak English. Maybe I'm just like, maybe I'm not picking up on the sarcasm. Okay, I think I slowly am figuring out the shape that I want for this. Let's do it a little bit more as if it's a beam. So it's a little beam of light. Maybe I can just really lower the opacity on this one. I want to see the shot. The what? I'm genuinely confused right now. What do you not see? Welcome back. Welcome back, Worms. I think I found the shape that I want to go for the face. Kind of, I think. I think that's a little awkward, so I just lowered this a bit, even if they don't really have any bangs or something to warrant that, but rather nothing. I'll do this. Oh. Now the question is, how do I just close up this nose space? Look, I didn't know you weren't speaking English. Does that make me bilingual? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe they meant that they actually don't speak English. Or something. Maybe they were trying to speak English and they just... I don't know. Happens. We don't judge. Just kidding, I do. Everyone's judgeful. Everyone's judgmental. There's no one who doesn't judge. There's only people who fight the instinct to judge and people who do not fight the instinct to judge. But everyone judges. I've not seen a single person who doesn't judge. But there's people who pretend like they're not judging. I'm the most judgmental. Yeah. I think obviously there's a time and day to make your judgment known. Time and vibe for everything. But if you're telling me I don't judge, I think you're a liar. So should be like, I don't mind, something like that. No, I do get the ones where people are like, oh, I don't judge if you do this or that, you know, and that kind of like, just do whatever you want. But like the people who are like, we shouldn't be judging people, you know? We shouldn't be judging people by how they look. I'm like, bro, like, we're gonna do it if we want or not. We're gonna judge a book by its cover. Just need to see if we act on it or not, I suppose. You're so poety. Thank you. Yeah. Poety. You listen and don't judge. Get side-eyed the whole time. No, I hate that trend. It is crazy because every time you see those like couples do it. Okay, I feel like I've seen exactly 2 couples where it was funny. It was something like, we listen and we don't judge. And it was like, I fart sometimes or something like that. You know, I fart when you sleep. I don't know, it was something silly like that. But a lot of these are clearly like disputes that they just took online. And they just use it as an excuse to finally be able to say something. You know, it's like, oh, I hate when you do this. I'm like, oh, do we have to put this on the interwebs? Do we have to do that here, right now? In front of everyone? this up. Does Foss have lashes? I think so, right? Yeah, they do. Maybe not that long. Do I do a big? Do I do big sparkle, or do I do the typical small sparkle? I think big sparkle makes sense. Big reflection for Foss. Both. Oh, that's a little too. I like could have light hitting this part of her face. Maybe not. How my eyes look when I'm getting blinded by the sun? Wait, what? See, I don't know at what rate, like what I'm saying when you guys write replies. So oftentimes I don't know. It's like, oh, what are we referencing right now? Which part of my speak? And then also it doesn't help that I forget what I said 2 seconds ago. Are you over here? No, if anything it would have to be like here. It's also like too big. I will delete that. There's a person doing a countdown for the P6. The what? P6 announcement, and they realize they are reaching 1,000 days. What is P6? Persona 6. 3 years? It's been 3 years. I'm waiting for a new Fire Emblem as well. I'm also waiting for a new Fire Emblem. Never got it. I hope the next Fire Emblem is something nice, you know? But I wonder, what if engages flop? What if it was so bad they're like, yeah, we're never going to do a Fire Emblem again? You know? I think I'd be fine even if it was like a remake. of an older Fire Emblem. I think that would be nice. But I don't want the next Fire Emblem to release for the Switch 2. Oh, it looks delicious, Milk. Thank you. Thank you. I'll zoom out in a bit for you. I'll zoom out in a bit. Give me a second. There you go. That's what it looks like right now. It's still kind of messy though. Oh, yeah. Got a nose. What's bothering me right now? It's kind of like this area. I don't know how to brighten up the other side, the other eye, without making it look weird. Hopefully they'll release Switch 2 games on the original too. Because I'm not buying that messy thing. Yeah, that's the thing though. I don't think they will. I know that some games are like back... No, the Switch 2 is like backwards compatible, right? But I doubt that the games that we'll be getting for the Switch 2 will also be compatible with the Switch. Does that make sense? So you should be able to play Switch games on the Switch 2, but not the other way around. I think that's usually how it goes. Because that would be stupid, no? Like you would have, like if you wanted to make, like you would have to develop games with lower specs. Right? Because the Switch has higher specs, so you as a developer should have more room to develop. But now you're limiting yourself to the old console. So you can release on the old console as well as the new one. Which sounds stupid, I think. And it doesn't really make sense, so I don't think that we'll get forward compatible games. I don't think that like anyone would ever do that. I don't think any sane person would do that. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I don't want to buy a Switch 2 either. Also, I don't think I would be able to do it in a good while. Do this. I'm shading the irises differently for each eye. Could I make this look like AI art? I don't know. No, I don't like that. She was pretty classic though. I think the pupils are not on the right level. Oh shit. like that. And then take that. Make it a little glowy. Slightly more green. And then this part. Kinda like this. Okay, I wanted to download an asset and they gave me a maturity warning and I clicked past it only for them to say it was deleted. Oh. Yep, I guess I didn't plan for that contingency. See, I thought I could also add a little bit of color to diamond. Let's see. You know what's really convenient is just like looking at the time lapse. See how things went. Isn't that funny? Sixty seconds. Still trying to figure out the shading on the face. And then just like starting to render. I miss the speed paint era. A little bit. I mean, nowadays it's just shorts. So I think that's convenient enough at least. You know what? I do want to keep this just as a reference. I'll keep it on at the top. And then, you know, we'll do a little bit of diamond. Just desaturate it a little bit. And do this. Multiply. Oh, we'll put them next to each other. Just so we can see. What type of lighting we're going for. We could do the thing with the lasso tool again. Normal. Do we want this also? Do we want this to be warm toned, cool toned? That's the question. This. And then usually there's a little bit of like darker color around here. I feel like we actually want it to be the other way around, maybe? But we'll see. We'll see. shading this part. A little bit of this. Maybe like this. I might actually add it later. And then technically there would probably be shading over here. Like that. Yeah, we can do it. We can do it like that. And then I lighten things again. Just from the bottom up. We invert that. And then we decide on what color we want in the bright areas. She's pretty much just, you know, colored in white. So you can pretty much just add whatever colors you want. Hoseki no Kuni Diamond. She has very like... She's supposed to be very iridescent. What I hate about this is how they just added a gradient. They just added a rainbow gradient on her head. I'm like, really. Yeah, I feel like for Diamond especially it would have been beneficial if they added a little bit of, I don't know, like a map. Just a gradient like this. So it's pink and then blue in the center. See, that's the part that I kind of need to figure out though. She does have like those bluish tones in the center. There's also a little bit of green here and there. Like, I could probably just give her a gradient like that as well. And I could maybe I can try going over it like a finger just to blend it a little bit. Give it a little bit of texture. Not texture, but structure, I suppose. Like that, maybe. And then let's see, maybe I can make this take that. A little pink and purple maybe. Actually maybe blue. eyes. Eyes are kind of, I mean, kind of silver, I suppose. Things. How do I do the light and shadow with her specifically? Wait. In that case, let me reverse that. Do something like this. Just across where Terminator line would be, or what it's called. I think that works. And then let's for that bounce light. Shit, I forgot. Is this the reflection? It could be a reflection. I think there's a reflection. This counts as a reflection, and then like that. No trouble. Very subtle in the front, maybe. And then bounce light. We see the shape and volume of her hair. Honestly, Diamond never really felt like Diamond. She felt more like an opal to me. Because of the way they do the coloring, she doesn't really feel like a diamond. I don't know if I'm the only one. Because look at this. If there's an... I still don't know how to do this. Like, she looks more like an opal than a diamond. Because a diamond is just clear. Wait. Just three times. Check non-essential. So that was the design. This looks a little too balloony, funnily enough. And then July, September, early October. Early October, it looked like that. Interesting. Shouldn't be too difficult. And then they just soften it, I guess. It's difficult not to make this look like a squid or a balloon. Like it is hard to make this feel like a gem without making it look like jelly. And I think that's where they should have added a little bit of a texture for some of the shapes to give it that like refractive feel without it feeling, yeah, I don't know, because there's like inside of the hair there's still structure. You know what? I think I'm gonna take this. Moved a little bit of shadow from there. Do-do-do-do. %, maybe. Like for diamond, it's just important to have as much bounce light as possible, and like bounce light, reflections, all of that stuff within our hair to make it feel nice. For Foss. Let me add this. This one's, oops. A bounce light over here. So kind of do this. Maybe. It's almost too much. Basically what I'm trying to figure out... Or am I? Let me do that. Basically, let me get some of that, like, bottom of those bottom planes. Bottom facing planes. Just the bottom side. Basically anything that kind of faces this way. I think this section specifically should be saved for later. Like this. Like this and then... Shorten that a little bit. Question is, do I continue it over here? Like this instead? I do really like the sweep. Maybe I can't do it. Okay. So that... This part needs to be way lighter. And then... Still need a decent amount of like... bounce light and stuff. How else do I do this? I could blur this. Like a Gaussian blur. Put a black underneath. Make this white or something. And then take this. Do this. Blur this again. I don't know if that'll work. Oh. Wait, give me a second. This, invert it. Cancel it, invert it, fill it. Blur. We'll just figure it out. And then if I add, I could add a gradient map on there, no? It should be able to give me an interesting color. if I use the finger tool again. I mean, that would be interesting for a little bit of texture. It kind of gives a little bit of a watercolory vibe. Doesn't really solve the issue that I have right now. Which is just shading it. Okay, I'll make the what if I make the background dark as well? Yeah, that'll help a little bit. Closer, feels closer to what I might want. I feel like the thing that I wanted to achieve. Let me think. What about this? What if I make this white? It still holds up, kind of. Even if I make it white. I guess I'll do both versions. Oh, you know what I forgot for Foss? The thing that I like to do now. Let's take this. Oops. Kind of in the direction where the light's hitting from, basically. And then you just like take it in. Looks great for giving it this like glowy aura. Like there's a little bit of a color, no, a filter on your camera lens. It's a thing that people do where they take photos through water or with miso paste. Let's see. Miso paste? Yep. I've seen someone put miso paste on their camera lens. And it worked. It looked great. The results were great. Actually, yeah. It sounds ridiculous, but yeah. They did that and fair enough. I will never be able to print this color, but I can just see if the angle maybe works. I wonder if it helps adding such an extreme color and then going over it. Like, it might give you eye fatigue really fast. But I feel like this is better than the other... what is this? And the other little things that I've added so far. I can probably make this pure white, maybe? No, I think it needs to be colored, actually. Just needs to be a color that can actually be printed. Yes. Because yellow is a naturally bright color. Done. I'm gonna do this just so that it's in the same direction of the hair. And then do this. Yo! Oh, hello. I've just joined after a few weeks of not being able to. Did you change your model? It's pretty. Oh yeah, I did. Thank you. I re-rigged it. It's still the same old model. Like the same old art. I didn't finish the new outfit though. Like, still in my panties, but yeah. I haven't updated, like I haven't shaded this. But not just a head anymore, at least. Yeah. I can change hair and stuff. To this or this. Depending on what I feel like. It's a pretty! Yay, thank you. It's just better rigging this time. I like the long hair. I mean, it's always been long, but it moves better, I think. A little bit. It's not like I don't like those fluffy physics or something that people always do. So it's just leaning. Just very basic. You can lean. It just feels a bit more natural, I think. That's all I was going for. Let's see. Ooh. I think there was an artist that had a bunch of white paintings, basically. I remember that being a not a discussion or anything, but people were kind of mocking it, and they were like, wow, like someone can just, you know, make money by simply doing white art. Just like everything's white. It's actually so difficult to make white feel vibrant. So even back then I was like, oh, I kinda get it though. It's kinda hard. It's interesting actually. In some ways as well. Maybe multiply it. Set it on a very low opacity. And then this. Oh my god, I've just gone back a few streams and noticed the hair's it's always been long. I mean, sometimes since I figured out that you could just like lengthen, shorten hair really easily. Like occasionally I would just, you know, have a short hair stream. No, it's not just a white canvas. It's kind of like this, you know? Where they have like a bunch of, you know, very, very slightly colored. Just very subtle colors. But it almost feels white. you know, well, just like different vibrancies. Wait a second, it would be something like this, I suppose, from what I remember. You know. You know, there could be some yellow spots, etc. But like overall it feels white even though it's, you know, even though there's just like very subtle color on it. Wait, hold on, let me Google it. I don't want to spread misinformation right now. I don't know. I don't know. It was like an artist, just like white paintings. Just subtle color variation. They do add a little bit of color to it. Let's see. Shadow. And then limit it to the hair. What color could I add to her hair? To this area to deepen it at the same time as... bit of amber. I feel like for her it would make sense to have like all of the jewel tones. So maybe not the yellow warmish ones, but the ones that are a little bit more purple or something like that. Obviously for purple though you would have to go like way lighter though. Something like that, like a lavender. Oh, that's hard to see. Yeah, it is. You've given me motivation to draw now, lol. I've just grabbed my pen. Nice. I like monochrome art a lot, since if done right, you can get such a strong vibe down from them. Yeah, that's true, that's true. I like monochrome art too. Or like two-toned art. But like, it needs to be done in a way. I feel like monochrome art is the strongest when it's graphic. Does that make sense? I like to draw more in, I don't know, like, can I call it impressionistic? It's like lighting and stuff. I think monochrome, not monochrome, like just in general, something with strong colors. Usually, let's see, should be here somewhere. Had it in this folder. Did I? Give me a second, I'll find it. Something like this? I like something like this. You know, where the hands are just like straight up red. No other colors. Flat background. And because it's just like, it focuses on shapes and composition. I really like this composition actually. This one's also fun, but I wouldn't call it monochrome. Hold on, let me see. Damn, I swear. Follow an artist. I follow them too. Oh, I think, for example, something like this. Just more graphic. Does that make sense? Like, the characters are yellow. You know, they're like mostly monochrome on a yellow basis, and then the background is like green. I feel like it works best if it's done like this. Does that make sense? Because I think what most people think is if you do something monochromatically, you can only vary between, like you can only choose one hue, and then you basically have to work with black and white. And I'm like, I don't know. This one would also be considered monochromatic, I suppose. Right? But it's still, like, you can play with saturation, like they do over here, so it still feels vibrant. Even something like this. Or the windbreaker one as well. The lighting is cool. Let's see, I don't think I can find it. Basically, I do like when people do something like this. You know, rather than using black and white to shade, they use the monochromatic color. I think this is what it actually means to do something monochromatically. I've seen someone do it in like a poster style illustration or something like this as well. Isn't this cool? It's not fully chromatic. I can't find it right now. Maybe I put it in composition. Oops. And I put it in colors, maybe, who knows? I do like this type of stuff too. So energetic, so much energy in this. And then, you know, the flow, the lines, just the expressiveness, and they still keep the believability of the angle and stuff. It just like shows how skilled they are. Even though it's such a, what people would call cartoony style, it's such a complex illustration. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, I feel like for diamond, you're still lacking in lighting. This is almost just like a base layer. What if I put it on top? And then like this. And then, let's see. Bit more magenta, I think. Something like this, and then let me just layer it. Do I want that green in there? Do you think it's weird? I feel like it doesn't quite fit her color scheme. Like rather than green, I would have to go for a bluish. Oh, with that. Just so it matches Foss a little bit. And then let me grab this. Just put underneath. Let's do this. And then do the colored stuff like this. Pinkish. A little glow. I don't like the colors right now. Why is she so difficult to color? The colors look very pastel, which I think is nice. The thing is, there's like too many different hues. Like we've got, and that don't go together. It's similar to flowers. Like this is a very violet. You know, this is violet. And then I just have this peachy pink. I don't think these match. So I'd either have to make this a little bit more violet as well, or I'd have to make the other one more peachy. And that's pretty much the issue. And then I'm trying to fit in some green as well, and that doesn't work out. Maybe holographic kind of? Yeah. Something like this. But then there's a lot of this. You know? Don't necessarily want that much of this color, maybe. So I'm a little... It's that thing, right? It needs to feel white. It doesn't... It can't feel like too much of one color. But yeah, I don't know. But it still needs to feel iridescent. And that's what I'm struggling with, pretty much, basically. And so this part, I'll just fade this out a little bit. Iridescent? Yeah, I'm trying to make it iridescent, but I think what most people do for that, and I'll do it on another slide. So if you have something like this, right? And then you have lighter color, and you have like this. Can take something, no, like this, shape it a little bit. I'll show you how to do it really quickly. So what you can do is take a gradient map. Put it on color. Put it on a little bit, like, on the lower end. I think if you find a rainbow, let's see. Should be an effect. There should be a rainbow effect. Right, and then you can tweak the colors and values a little bit. I could probably, let's see. Maybe not as dark. It's a little iffy right now, but why does it not do the rainbow thingy? Homography? Spectrum? Could be spectrum. I forgot honestly, but give me a second. I think I have like one of those metal brushes, and I think they might show it a little bit more easily. But yeah, basically it's just like you shade in black and white. You shade in black and white. You know? You do the whole song and dance with the bounce light. Bounce light in the shadow, and then you have the rim and stuff. And so it does that. Like, imagine this is a single ruffle or something like that. So you can either do it like that, like this, you know, like really soft. The thing is, I don't really blend that much. So we don't really have a lot of like soft edges. I think that would probably help a little if I did. So let me just pretend that there are. Alright. So let's see. I think you were able to either do it with like a tone curve. And you just like separate. What? Let's go with red. And then you just go up and down randomly. Like this. And then you do it for the other channels as well. Doot, doot, doot. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. Like that. Oopsie. Forgive me, I forgot the blue one. Doo doo doo. Honestly, it looks a little whack right now. You have more control over this if you use the, you know, like a gradient map. There's probably some really good, I think this one might be close to what you want. Tone curve, gradient map. So you can use this, right? And you just use that, right? You could do this, and then some people do a little bit of this on top, right? So you layer, and then bam, you've got your iridescence. I could probably do that, but I don't want to. I don't want to. I could just grab this gradient map and then slap it on her like this. Everything's so. Give me a second. Level correction, and then I take the brightness, you know, and then I'll crunch it a little so everything's a little closer together. Huh? And then I could do this. But yeah, I don't like. Anyways. Let's see. What is missing? That's why it's a study. Right? So we're kind of missing the bottom planes. Or something like this over here. Bottom planes, room light. Don't necessarily need it from that direction, but could help. Lighting from that side. like this, maybe. Just have some reflections in the hair. I'm just coloring it in white right now because I don't know what else. She has multiple layers, but I think that's fine. It just, the shapes just shouldn't clash. Which ones do I take this out? Do I take this out? Like this. Oh. Okay, wait. I think I'm slowly getting the hang of it. Ooh. Some room light, basically. Adding that. I don't know how to create that translucency. That's why she feels more like an opal rather than a diamond. Because I feel like diamonds are almost like black and white. The way that they are portrayed, usually. They don't have this much iridescence in them. Have any... Oh, what's saving? Diamonds to me are clear. Or blue. Blue! Ah, like in games. Fair enough. I want to go for this color. It's too neon. Let's see. Can I use this? I don't know if I should. I want to go for something like this, and then I do want it somewhere. I just don't know where. Do you have this? So it feels reflective. The question is, do I interrupt the flow of this big thing? And does that end up feeling like a reflection? I think that helps. Just having some of these lights. And then there should be more pink. A little bit more yellow. And then for that, oh, it's not. Let me get a eye shape. She does technically have droopy eyes, but I like drawing them like this better. And then we'll just blur them. Right. You know what? This might not be too bad. And then obviously it still works on a darker background, but yeah. I wonder if I should make the lighting a little bit more complex though. I wonder if that's contributing to this feeling of, it doesn't match. For a second, let me just... normal. And then... give me a second, what? Normal. Okay. And then toggle that off. Give it a little bit more structure. And the hair. Because I feel like with this you weren't really able to tell where everything was coming from. If I shade it like this, should be a bit more surface area for shadows and stuff. So it feels a little bit more like there's actually lighting. Well, that makes sense. I think that already helped, even just the tiniest little bit. And then later I can add more shadow over here. Or here, you know. Yeah, that already helped. Let me just take this. this and fade it. And then I'll just have to redo all of this. Let's just go one by one. Oh, oops. Just fill this. That makes sense. This might not make the most sense, but it's okay. Brighten that up a little bit. Redo it all? No. Gotta be a pain. Maybe okay. I'm just gonna go step by step and see where the confusion happens. Oh, I think it's this one. I think that part made it hard to read when I toggled it all on. There are a little too many, like too many reflections. I want to fill this. We'll see. I might want to fill this in. Just so that I can lay it out for myself. We don't want too many bounce lights in the back, or else it'll be confusing. Right? Like that. Ah. Twice. I'm still 30 sneezes behind or something. Bless you, thank you. I will be blessed. Is there something? May not, may not. Basically, it needs to do something like that. See? And then do this. Oh. Okay, I think this addition did help though. Oop, my pen pressure died. Like this. And then for this part, it's just supposed to be lighter in color. I haven't really decided on the color. But this should probably just be the rim light. Nothing else. Something like this, and then that would mean, I think that would mean that it should be blue. It feels like bounce light. I think that's right. As for that, that's just one huge reflection. Okay, I think we're getting there. Need to be all of these. Could probably just be this. I can delete that part and delete this. Yep, that's a start. As for this part, just make it warm, I think. Just to indicate the type of lighting it is. A little bit more sunny. And then we'll just invert it. You want a little bit of like pinkish light. Oh. Do I make it extra pink? Do I just put it in the back? Maybe I'll just put it on color. That'll do, I think. Without, I think with, just so it matches the pinkish tone a little bit more. Where's the hair part? And then let's see. Let's see. I think I'll add the extra color. I think I have to go to bed. But I really don't want. I've been advised by others to go to bed earlier because my usually times are 1:40. 1:40 is very specific. 2, 3 a.m. So I end up being so tired, but I'm not tired at all right now. No, I get it. I get it. Melatonin supplements or something. I don't know. I don't know if it's just routine. I don't think it's just routine. For me at least. Like, this is so bad, but even if I like go to bed early, either I am so tired in the morning, so even if I go to bed at like, let's say 12 a.m. or like 1 a.m., right? And then I get up at normal people hours, I'd be so tired that I'm like, no, I need more sleep. And then I fall asleep again, right? And instead of I don't know, people think, oh yeah, like if you slept 7 hours, maybe you'll sleep 2 more hours. No. No. I will sleep another 6 hours until it's midday. And then I'm like, wow. I've wasted like 13 hours on sleep. Just because I tried going to sleep early in the morning. Earlier in the night. So I'm like, just time management wise, it's better for me to just like go to bed at 3 a.m. and then wake up at like 11 or something. It is so stupid. I don't know how people do it. I think I've trained my circadian rhythm for too long. That now I cannot get out of the night owl schedule anymore. I'm so glad I caught one of your streams. Oh hi! Hi Catty Q. Hello, hello. Oh, if you want, I do have a server and I usually just ping people. Like, give me a second. I can send you a Discord link, and then you can catch the streams because you will be pinged. If you want to. Oh, actually, yeah, I don't know. Just let me know. If you want the link. Give me a second. If you want to invite to le serveur. Serveur. That looks good. Oh. I'll just put it here. This is not a scam server. It's just, you know, just random stuff. Do you have this? And just put it on top. I think I like that. Yeah, that's nice. I'll just make this part more pink. Ooh. Do I go for that? Give it a second. Let me brighten that up a little bit. Not too much. You know what? I might like that more. And then this can probably just be white. Right? And I changed something. Like that. I can just have slight greenish tint on the eyes. And maybe I can put in a little bit of that pink for the iris. I wonder if I have a little bit of blue. I don't know if you know, but if you use like a very, very light green as a white. No, I can't describe it. Basically, the vibe that we're trying to go for is like looking at snow. And usually using a little bit of a green kind of evokes that effect. That vibe, I guess. Gives off that vibe. Right, and then the question is, this is just for later. Add glow, and then This one. I think for her specifically, probably makes sense to add some of these sparkles. I don't know, just in the direction of the sun or something like that. Or since it might bounce off of something. Probably any direction. Actually, would it be this direction then? You would just put it somewhere there, maybe. I don't know. So why is her face so pink? Give me a second. And then I'll just get rid of it. In the face area, I guess. Going for color variation. I might put a gradient. Actually, let me see. Should be gray. Let's make this a colored. Make this colored line art. Purple should always work, but I usually don't go for the pinkish colors. Maybe I'm just not a fan of pink. One second. Do this, and then separate them again. And then do this, and then they should have the same size. I take this, maybe choose that color. Pink's your favorite color? That's nice. That's nice. I think you barely use it. I don't know. It is a very interesting color. I think it's really cute, but I feel like the normal color combinations that we usually see, I've gotten a little tired of it. You know, so I do like pink as well. But usually it's like, see, this also feels pink, but it's not. But I like this. What I don't like is the sakura pink. I think, like the baby pink. Like it always feels the same. You know, all these color palettes which are always like sakura pink with white, like the gamer girl pink. Girl gamer set. No. The like kawaii type of pink. I'm not too much of a fan of that anymore. It's like that is slightly overused, I think. People usually hate they usually hate really intense pinks, like hot pink. 1 second. Like this. You know, they usually hate it. But I think it works really well in this one because it's so graphic and it looks like the back of a manga cover. So I do like it here. I do like the pink in here, for example, but that's because it's like in combination with other colors that are not too common. With the yellow, and it's not a honey yellow or anything either. It's like a cool tone yellow, so it kind of works. Let's see. Do we have other examples of pinks? They're like the pink and the color combination. This is also interesting. It's very cool tone. Maybe I'm in my cool tone phase. But yeah, if you look at my stuff, I rarely have like really pink stuff in there. I like this one though. But I think it's because it's more of a like... Is it cherry pink? It's like a... I guess this one's also cool toned. Yeah, maybe I just don't like the warm tone pinks. There's also pink in this, which is again like more of a fuchsia. Oh, let me see. Do I have like a normal? I like this one. I do like this, but it's probably because there's like specks of yellow in it, and it's a little, I don't know. I like this, but I don't like the super clean white and baby pink combinations. Does that make sense? You know these like outfits? Oh, you know what it is? It's probably because I've seen too much of like Chu Korea. It's always the soft girl pink. I get what you mean. I never see the grayish pinks though. That's some of my faves, or the salmon pinks. Yeah, salmon pink. People hate hot pink because they are weak and don't see the vision. That being said, I don't like peach pink. You don't like the... Okay, I do like peach pink though. Hold on. Maybe it's because I like peaches. It is like... Okay, this one specifically... Ooh, it's a little difficult, I think. Because it's almost too close to... It's almost too close to like nude, to a nude color, so I think you need to pair it really well for it to make sense. Like, I don't like it as a dress, for example. Not necessarily. However, my mom had a peach pink wedding dress and it looked amazing on her. I'm like, oh my god, that's so soft, it looks so good on her. But just like, yeah, I don't know. I would never, like, honestly, this is peach to me. This isn't even pink. Yeah, I don't know. It's not even a pink to me anymore. Oh, let's see. Oh, Ju actually went for... They changed it to a more like Fleeta type of look. Lavender. They were more like baby pink a few years back. Hold on. Ju fashion. Yeah, like... This was their aesthetic, basically. Something like this, you know? And I can't see this type of pink anymore, I think. Like that. Like, imagine this but with a white t-shirt. I'm like, okay, I'm kind of tired of it. It was like the brand, basically. This type of pink. So I'm not a fan of that anymore. So I don't use it. Oh my god, there we go. Like these? This type of vibe? I'm like, okay, that's enough. That's enough slices. We've seen enough of it. Like these vibes, you know? I'm like, okay. I don't need to do this anymore. So yeah, let's see. She does have some green and yellow in it. But yeah, this type of pink, I'm still fine with this. I think people see hot pink and find it hard to look at or figure out the silhouette of hot pink items. Yeah, I think it's because it's so intense. Hot pink is like very, very intense. So I can see, I think it probably just like hurts the eyes, genuinely. Because it is really intense. So I like, it's best if it's used as an accent color or as a like statement color. Oh no, I gotta go. Bye, everyone. Okay, bye. Thanks for dropping by. It was fun. Yeah, let's see. I think this might be an okay state to leave this ad. And I will add a white background to this just to compare the two. In terms of contrast. What if just so I can see, maybe like it could be that Foss is way darker then. Yeah, there's a little bit more contrast over there. She's a little softer. So it could be... Give me a second. Ah. Another 4 times. Maybe that's a little too light. A little darker than that. Okay, see you around. Oh, oopsie. Sorry. No, wrong message. Haha, it was late. I think I just need a little bit more contrast over here. Basically, and then we should be good. My max sneezes is props too. That's nice. That's nice. I think my average is 4. My average is 4. 3 or 4 is my average, yeah. So like, don't even think about saying bless you before I finished 3 or 4 times. It's so funny because people are so nice. They will say bless you after every time. And I have to tell them like, no, don't, like, genuinely. Just wait until I finish and then say one bless you. Because having 20 people be like, bless you, bless you, bless you, bless you. And then they're like, wait, why doesn't she stop? It's so stupid. Okay, let's see. That's better contrast, but obviously, it is a little weird. But what we can do is we can just like put it on brightness, or maybe not. You know what? Maybe not. Ooh, that's kind of nice. Let's see. Put it on color. Play around with the color. Oh, bluish like this. Still, weirdly enough, it still gets darker. So I could probably lighten it up a little bit. Oh. Yeah. I think that's okay. This would be okay. Ooh. There's a lot more shadow on Foss. And it's a lot darker on this part. Why? Oh, I'll do this. And then I can just lighten it up. Like this. I also wonder if I should frame it a little bit more nicely. Like, let's see. Let's just merge all of this. Oh shit. What? Oh shit. Merge it. Copy it. Undo. Paste it. Because Foss is a lot closer, so I was wondering if maybe I should also, you know, frame her. Make her a little bigger. Or 5%. I feel like I already adjusted the size. So I think the issue might actually be the size of a torso in comparison. You can merge visible onto a new layer, right? Wait, what do you mean? Probably. I just never use that. Merge visible to new layer. Yeah, that one. I'm usually too lazy to do that. Because I use the shortcuts. Oh, this might actually be the thing that I wanted, that I needed. Okay, Mitsuna. Thanks for hanging around. See you. Bye-bye. Okay. I'm gonna finish up in a bit too. Okay, yeah, I think that was the problem. I think the problem was just her body being too small. Okay. And then it could also mean that I don't even need this part. Yeah, I might actually do without it. Yeah, I'll keep it to the more violet color range. I'll refrain from adding blues. Keep it more like this, if anything. Because the magenta type of color, it always feels a little bit more romantic. Okay. You don't need to select anything under the layer tab. There's an option that says merge visible layer. The thing is, I just do Control-Shift-E. And then it merges all the layers, all of the visible ones. And then I just Control-C. And then I Control-Z. So I don't even need to use my mouse. Like, I don't need to take my hands off of my keyboard to take the mouse to this place. And stuff. It is a little annoying in the sense that it lags a little bit once it needs to do the undo. But yeah. And then also I'm left-handed. I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm left-handed, so I'm always on this side of the screen. And moving over to here is like a pain in the ass, so I never do it. And then I have to go all the way down here. Yeah. That's why I just do this. I just do that, copy paste, and then undo. It's faster for me that way than going like all the way over here, all the way down here, or whatever. Or even like having to right click on it. Merge visible to a new layer. You can assign a shortcut to that? Yeah, I can, but then also I don't use it often enough for it to be worth it. To set up a shortcut for that and memorize and make it a habit. So I'm okay. Like, I don't need to optimize everything. I think everything that needed to be optimized so far has been optimized. Does that make sense? Like, I can change my brush angle like this. I wish there was a little, like, a better way. But life is life, I suppose. I can just press this. That's what I made a shortcut. I think I can put on a grid, can center it, etc. You know? I made a shortcut for that. I have this. Oh, I think the one other thing that I set up a shortcut for was flipping the image. But you can just have it at the top of the bar. So I don't really use that anymore. Yeah. So my hands can just like stay on Control Shift, Control Z, etc. They don't need to move around too much. I think I do want to add some like stars and stuff though. You know, like, oh, oops. Yeah, actually. Yeah, we'll finish up in a second. And funnily enough, I think I've developed a proper stutter. Almost. I wonder if it's lack of... I don't think it's lack of dialogue. It could be that I just don't really need... I don't really need my speech functions. Does that make sense? So I think they're just withering. Like, I don't need to write proper professional texts, etc. I can just like write however I want. All of the shortcuts. I wonder if it makes sense to add some like little stars. Something like that, you know. I do want to make these into cards with spot gloss. I think I might have to think about a little design to frame these characters so I can maybe add a little bit of like... So that I could add some foil as well, holographic foil. I think that would be cute. Anyways. Who doesn't shortcut their flip though? Yeah, I wonder. I mean, in Photoshop, you can't even flip it. Like, you're actually mirroring the whole canvas. Like, you can't have a... Photoshop does not have a flipped preview, if that makes sense. Which is so... It's so dumb. If you haven't done it, do it. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Oh. Save this. And then... Hello? Boss? There we go. Let me change that to this preview. I feel like this one's one of the more accurate ones. Here. I want to do something like this. Does that make sense? And then for Diamond, I don't know where to place it for her. And maybe down here? I don't know yet. Because it's kind of... It's a little bit harder to frame. Maybe she just needs two. Anyways, I'll leave it at this. I'll see you next week or something. Oh well, movie night on Sunday. See you. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let them bed bugs bite. It's been 4 hours. Okay, goodbye. Nighty. Mwah.